What to do, what to do, what to do. Cliff, what's up? Thinking about getting rid of most of my collection. Not that I'll be actively trying to lose money on everything, but I don't know, I have too many to carry. There are a decent chunk of knives in my collection that don't bring me joy of any kind. So why keep a knife that doesn't bring you joy? A lot of the lesser expensive pieces in the collection do nothing for me. Not that I only like expensive knives, but my taste has become more expensive over the years, especially this year when I started collecting Chris Reeve knives. So, with that being the case, I think selling my my lesser expensive pieces would free up money to buy more expensive things and maybe to do collaborations with other companies. I have decided that I'm not going to buy a Hinderer. With the way that things sit in my pocket, my phone takes up a majority of my pocket, and then my knife sits right next to it, right? And this is about how it looks. So my phone sits and rubs against right here. Well, with my 562 Ti, what happens is when I stick my phone in my pocket, every once in a while the flipper tab gets in front of the phone and rubs against the screen, causing scratches. And, you know, with the brand new phone, I don't really want to sit wrong and then just shatter my screen protector. I like the flippers though. I really like the flippers. I do. Especially with the action on the on them. I've tried opening designs like these with just the thumb studs. I don't have other pockets. I have my right pocket and I have my left pocket. So my left pocket has my wallet, my keys, my other knife, and that's about it because that's all it can fit. What now? Oh yeah, I just don't like fixed blades. They don't fit in my daily life. And it's my channel and my opinion matters more than yours to me. So, woohoo. Anyway, I like these where the flipper's up top, but not a front flipper. I hate front flippers because I can never get them just right. But this is a great knife. I will not say that it isn't because this is a wonderful knife. Okay. People follow me for my knife content. I don't really care. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I love the flipper tabs. And I've thought about cutting this one like right here and rounding it off, but I don't know, it's just I don't want to modify something that much. Not that I haven't done it before. I've been looking, I'll be honest, I've been looking into fixed blades. There's a Hinderer that I'm interested in. One of his smaller fixed blades. I went to a local knife shop and they have them. And I think it has fire in the name, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. And it fits well in the pocket with the ulti clip and everything. And to be honest, it didn't turn me away from it. I wouldn't mind trying it out. It's just $250 on a fixed blade. It's a lot of money to spend on something that has no moving parts, in my opinion. It's MagnaCut. It's going to be a great knife. I already know. I'm just so used to... I don't care about disrespect. It's not a big deal to me. I'm just not used to fixed blades, you know? I've tried them in the past. I carried a Mora for a good month. I just found that it got in the way more than anything else. And funny enough, when you pull out a fixed blade, people tend to look at you funny. So, not that I care. I got more stressed out looks from people when I pulled out my Mora than I did pulling this one out. And I objectively think this thing looks scarier than a Mora, but apparently a fixed blade is just, it puts people off more than a large folding knife. I did find that very interesting. Again, I don't really care what other people think on something like that. It's my carry. I can do what I want with it, as long as it's not threatening or harming anybody else. But yeah, people look at you funny when you carry a fixed blade. Especially when you open carry it instead of it in your pocket. Yeah, I'm sure the guy left already. I was gonna take a knife apart, but I don't have a knife to take apart. They're all clean. They're all tuned. So if I start messing with them, then they're not tuned anymore. So I have nothing to work on. I'm a little disappointed about that. This is the only knife that I've been having issues with. My favorite knife is over by my chair. Let me go grab it real quick. I think this one might be in second place, though. It is the Inkosi, yep. It's funny to say $100 knife is my second favorite, though. That one. LT Crunch, what's up? How's it going? This thing is just beautiful. It's a user. It does everything that I need it to do. It looks great when it's covered in scratches. When you hand it to somebody, they tend to treat it better than your average knife when you tell them that they're going to pay for a replacement blade if they break it anyway. I have gotten my hands on a Dixon, but the only ones that I've handled are frag patterns, and I don't like frag patterns. They're too aggressive on the pocket. I cut a pizza in the quarters with it the other day. I do that pretty often, to be honest. I use this thing for cutting pizza and stuff, steak, just about anything that I needed to do. And I use my Sebenza for kitchen tasks, like cheese, vegetables, stuff like that. Cutting meat into smaller pieces on the cutting board. I do use it for that. The Sebenza is just a great kitchen knife. And when I use this, it prevents me from needing to buy myself a set of kitchen knives because this will do just about everything that I need it to do. And frankly, it's easy to take apart and clean. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, bud. Oh, jeez. I wish my back didn't hurt so much. Something that I have noticed, their pocket clips have gotten thinner. They just look thinner. I've also noticed that, yeah, look at that. So this one, I believe, is a 24 model. Oh, it's a 23 model. But this one's a 26 model, and this one is just... I also bent this one out. I'm going to drop by and see if they will bend it back for me. Or maybe I'll do that right now while we're here. But yeah, with my collection getting as expensive as it is, moving away from the lesser expensive knives is just kind of a natural way of progressing on what I've already been doing. I might end up getting an aftermarket blade for my bug out, because the S30V blade on that one is just garbage. Ah. All right, how do these look? Oh, that's not going to hurt the clip enough for me to worry about it. Should probably take the clip off if I'm going to bend it. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Probably just saying hi. When I said it, I was just saying hi. I have realized tonight that I have found a new demographic of people with my channel. I wasn't trying to do so, but I'm not going to complain. Found a demographic that talks shit, and that's fun. They make decent stuff. I mean, if you're going to drop $17 on a tool, then sure. Oh, that's so much better. And it doesn't affect the action at all. Why can't it always be that easy? Oh, I love their factory clips, actually. Appreciate it. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night as well. I buy pawn shop knives all the time. I'd argue that a good chunk of my collection is pawn shop knives, actually. Now, the Chris Reeve Mim clips, I think, are fucking badass. This thing is absolutely sick. And it works great with retention, pocket retention. My problem with it is because it's sandblasted, it tears up my pocket. And it comes with a screw. I think that I'm probably just going to bring this thing to them eventually and have them glass blast it. The downside of having them glass blast it is all those scratches go away. This thing is beautiful the way that it is. And all those scratches will be gone. It'll look brand new, other than the blade is all fucked up. Blessed, what's up? How's it going? When are you going to get into high-end knives? Takes forever to save up for them, I know that, but trust me, some of these things are well worth the cost. What, do you just know everybody's name or something? Fair enough. Can't argue with that logic. You could buy one. I think at this point, I'm always going to have a Chris Reeve up for sale. I will warn you that the cheapest one is also their worst selling one because it is tiny. Hey, you do what you need to do. I have easily been there. I'm sure you guys watch me and you're like, how is this guy affording new knives all the time? It's because I'm selling my old knives. When you guys see me get a new $500 knife, one, I probably bought it used, and two, or on clearance. That's another big deal. Or two, I sold like 3 or 4 knives to afford it. This one I sold 4 knives, maybe 5, to afford it. So it's not like I just have the money for them. It's because I sell chunks of my collection to afford these things. Now, the upside of buying used is Jerry, what's up? I don't have much going on, just talking about how I afford these things. The upside of buying used knives is they've already lost their initial value. So chances are whatever you bought it for, you can sell it back for that much. And that is a big deal to me. I don't enjoy losing the initial 10 to 30% that you lose when buying a new knife. Because the moment that it's pre-owned, nobody wants to buy it for new price. I think I might sell this one too. Yeah. The Umnumzon prices are going down though. They aren't selling for 650 anymore. They're selling for around 600 now. They're a lot more common than they used to be. Still need to ask my buddy what was going on that made him take so long. I know that it was blade production. Actually, there's a guy with a Strider, a like new in-box Strider, like 30 miles from where I live, and he hasn't been able to sell it in like 6 months for $695. The thing is, that's what he paid for it, so I'm not surprised. I think it's an SNG. It's got the gunner grip or whatever they call it, though, and that's just ridiculously hard. Or no, it's not. Let me go check real quick. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Yeah, let me just check real quick. I don't know if it's still there or not. It has been a long time. Strider. Looks like it is no longer on Marketplace, so it might have sold. Strider Survival Combat Fixed Blade. What a joke. This chick wants $400 for this thing. And by the looks of it, it's in 1095. I would assume that that means it's in 1095 because it says 1095-01, blah, 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 blah. I don't understand the demand for this dude's shit. It's a what? Oh. Well, then it didn't have a blade steel listed. And in the description, it didn't have one listed either. Just a bunch of fucking garbage all over. Let's look up Spyderco again. Every once in a while, the Chris Reeve pops up on Marketplace. Ooh. A carbon fiber Sage 1. Fun. For $100. That's a pretty good deal. Spyderco Police, Sage 5, lightweight, in MagnaCut. A twist tie, I haven't seen one of those. Per item, man, fuck you. Ooh, yes, a pink Delica. I'm willing to bet you money that this thing's an S30V. Yep. You can't read that shit. Bench-made knives. $665 for all that shit. What a bunch of garbage. Those bug outs are never going to sell. I'm not going to tell them that, though. Stretch 2. PM2. Salt. Mannix 2. Microtech. Emissary. Acadus. I'm interested in the Stretch 2. The problem is that it's in VG10. What all else do you have? Slip-on shoes. Yep. Definitely what I'm interested in. I don't like Tontos. OTF knife. Ooh. 440 stainless for $200. What a steal. Yeah, stealing money from you. It's about time that person took their Para 3 listing down. They had a Para 3 in Maximet listed for $80. Never responded to any messages. You know what makes these knives good? It's when you get a thumb stud for them. I'm a dude. And frankly, I don't like people in general, so people suck. I have come to learn that over the years. There's nothing you can do to change it. Anyway, thumb stud on this bad boy is going to make it a little bit better. Oh. It didn't help much. It helped on this one way more. You can reverse flick it now, though. Honestly, what I should really do... I've got a trapper. I think I have 3 of them. I should definitely put a thumb stud on my Sebenza, because one's just never enough. Oh, even better, guys. Oh, yeah. Let's stick it on the Nkosi. Yeah, I've got a trapper in some sort of wood, which is very off-brand for me, because I don't like knives with wood scales. I'm scared of them being damaged from being wet. Oh, does it not fit? Oh, it doesn't fit. Blade's too thick. Didn't expect that one. I thought for sure that this had a thinner blade than a Buck 112, but apparently not. Let me grab my trapper real quick. I haven't pulled that thing out in a while. Just as good as the day I put it back. It could use a sharpening though, because, you know, that edge looks like shit. I think it's zebra wood, but I don't remember. And yeah, this one is stainless. Yeah, they put a shitty edge on this thing. I guess it just looks like shit, but it is sharp. This one isn't, so we'll sharpen this one. They rounded off the tip. What a load of crap. You wonder why I don't buy case knives anymore. Their quality control has dropped. It's kind of like the relationship between me and Gerber, where they used to make good stuff, at least decent stuff, and now they're just a shell of their former self. It's disappointing. You ever had brand loyalty? So you give a brand chance after chance after chance to redeem themselves, and they fail and fail and fail over and over again. Yeah, that was Gerber. I gave them 8 chances on their budget line, and just pure disappointment every single time. Nothing good came out of it. Tried their American line, and frankly, I was too scared to carry the American made ones because at the time, to me, they were expensive and I was worried that I was going to hate it. You mean Bear Grylls? Yeah, they released a collab with him, and those pieces are just garbage. The thing is, people will buy them because, you know, they like the TV shows. The problem with them is they use soft steel that can't be hardened very high in HRC, and they claim it's so that you can sharpen it on anything or whatever to make it easy to sharpen, when in reality they just used a cheaper steel because it was cheaper. It's an excuse. I personally would rather have a knife that I don't need to sharpen over a knife that sharpens easily. I know that's just me being interested in high-end, high-hardness steels. But if I'm out doing something in the wilderness, I don't want to figure out that my knife is dull and I have to sharpen it on a rock. God, I love this knife. I hope this thing sells decently. It is a good knife. I guarantee you I can clean a snake with something in S30V and still have a sharp knife afterwards. Hence my problem with 420HC. Hell, I could do it with D2. Properly heat treated D2. Easy. I forgot I was sharpening the trapper. And this steel right here is soft. Like this one, this specific one's heat treated pretty well. I can feel that. But it's just 420HC and it's easy to sharpen. Yeah, I already have a burr on both sides. Such a soft, soft steel. It disappoints me, really. And another thought, I mean, I don't think about this very often, but when I buy a knife, I'm not thinking I want something to pass down to my kids. I'm thinking I want something that's going to do whatever I need it to do and more. Anything I could ever need it to do. I have not. I don't live anywhere nearby. It's just not an option for me. I don't know if they still do, but they used to live stream from their security cameras. I've found that pretty entertaining. Just a huge fucking burr. It's a 4-story building. God damn. Oh, what a pile of shit. No wonder why I don't carry these things. They take forever to sharpen. Steel is so soft. I might have to drop by one of these days. The problem is, I'd argue that most of the money that I spend would be spending the money to get there. I don't know what that means. Michael, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I don't know what Dolly World is. That doesn't sound familiar. Are you talking about that Dolly Parton thing? Yeah. I don't even know who that is. I think she's a singer or something. I don't know. If it's country, it's not my thing. Most of the time. You guys want to see a huge fucking burr? This will be interesting. I need to buy some more lapping films. I know they sent them to me, and I know I'm supposed to make a video on them. And I need to finish editing that video. But there we go. Look at that giant burr all the way across there. You can tell that I didn't give a shit when sharpening this thing because the inconsistencies are everywhere. All right, time for 3K. Yep, you have a good one. Lou, what's up? I definitely just lost some subscribers by telling everybody that I don't like country music. Who can blame me, though? I don't want to hear about their depressing life. Oh, she left and took my truck and the dog, and I'm stuck with the kids, and she got alimony somehow, and I don't care. I didn't even oil it. I can understand the pull towards country music. But I was born in the city. I was raised in the city. That doesn't mean I want the city to spread any further than it already has. That just sounds like a derogatory way of saying country music, to be honest. Yeah, that thing took an insane edge. Still a shitty steel, though. I wish that I could sharpen other steels like that. I wish MagnaCut would take an edge like that. Maybe we should try. KC3, what's up? You're about an hour late. We'll try bringing some MagnaCut up to 3K. No, I don't want to reprofile this one. Let's do it on the Nkosi. These are Sharpo lapping films. They're diamond lapping films. Pretty impressive stuff for the price. If you don't want to drop an insane amount of money on multiple higher end grits, then this is definitely the way to go. The only downside is you can only sharpen in this direction. Damn. It's a 1200 grit. Or no, 1500 grit, sorry. It's MagnaCut. But yeah, the films are definitely quieter. Well, this is a glass plate. It just has a film on top of it. And the film's like diamond impregnated plastic. It's like stropping, but you need to hold an angle properly. It's the only way you can get things sharp on this stuff. You have to hold an almost exact angle. Now these are designed for chisels, not folding knives. This one's a 3K. And then next up we'll go to a strop. Okay, yeah. MagnaCut can take a killer edge. 3K is the finest I have. The whole set that I have ranges from 320 grit up to the 3000 grit. It goes from 320 to 500 to I believe 1500, and then 3K. And then we strop. Not going to happen for a while. It's not as toothy as I like. Yeah, it's sharp. It's just not the kind of sharp that I enjoy. I really enjoy finishing on my natural stone. Oh, easily. Yeah. I kind of don't have a whole lot of arm hair left right there. And that was against the grain, so it'll definitely shave with the grain. Don't be scared. Why would I be scared? Got nothing to be afraid of. We all start somewhere. This thing needs to be fixed. Listen to this. I want to compare that to my other one. It does. That's why I'm thinking about getting an aftermarket blade for it. The blade's the issue. There's nothing I can do to fix it. You know, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to swap the blade between the two and see if it still has the problem. See if the blade really is the issue. Yeah, there's no adjusting this one. Nope. Brand new Omega Springs. The old ones did the same thing until they broke. The worst part is they were just breaking in, and they were perfectly smooth before this shit happened. Like, it was finally good. And then one of them broke. It's got aftermarket scales. I don't think they'll work on it. Have you done that before? See, this is when somebody says crunchy action, this is what I think of. Yeah, it's just the scales. I think it needs a new blade, or the tang of the blade needs to be reground. Well, yeah, you brought that up. I don't know how much of them are modified, though. Oh, and it has aftermarket washers, too. Forgot about that. Those can be swapped back, though. I still have the factory washers. Oh, see, I bought it used, so I didn't pay the original price. Lee, what's up? What do we think, guys? Do you guys think this is going to fix the issue? I think it's going to swap which which knife has the issue. Either that or it's going to go away until it wears in on the lock bar. Then it's going to have issues on both knives. That's my guess. Oh, fun. See, that sounds like a great time. Because I swapped the washers back to factory and it still had the issue. Well, to be honest, it had the issue before I put the washers in, so I can't fairly blame the washers, considering both knives have the same washers in them. God damn, those things were expensive, by the way. Don't recommend buying them. They weren't custom made or anything, but they were custom ordered, and they were fucking pricey. I ordered 10 washers, and it was $75. No way. It is the lock bar. Son of a bitch. Yeah, it was really, really bad pricing. Other than a little bit of lock stick, it's fine. So that means it's that piece right there. I thought they said that they fixed the RAM lock issues with the but I'm not 100% sure. I've tried graphite, I've tried oil, I've tried grease, I've tried just about everything that I can think of lubricant wise. I tried polishing. Um, I polished the frame too. I'm wondering if it has like an aftermarket titanium crossbar. I don't. This one doesn't have issues anymore. Being magnetized, I highly doubt that that would cause the problems that it was having. Well, the detent's garbage. What a shocker, right? Oh, yeah, that. I thought you were talking about things being magnetized, and I was like, well, that's a stupid idea. I don't usually keep magnets around. We'll take it apart and find out. Yeah, other than both of them having a little bit of lock stick now, they're fine. Which pisses me off even more. This is magnetized. This has magnets in it. Now we... Well, that was the bit that I was using. Can't wait to send this piece of shit to them and say, hey, have fun. Oh yeah, but I don't care about safety because I'm special, as my mom puts it. They sent my 940 back with all the problems that I sent it in with. So I just sent it back to them. Yeah, she calls me artistic. Or something like that. Son of a bitch. You guys see that? It's titanium. That would explain all the problems this knife has. These things have been a pain in my ass for months. Because a stupid piece of it was titanium. Because the previous owner decided, well, hey, this is an aftermarket part. Might as well buy it. First of all, to the previous owner of this knife, fuck you. Yep, that's the lock bar. Goes right through. No, I 100% agree with you. I usually fix my own shit because I don't usually need the company's help. Chris Reeve, I won't usually ask for help, but I live so close, I might as well just drop it off anyway. I've never needed a repair or anything from them, though, so. Fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I agree that Kershaw and ZT have killer warranties. The problem with them, they don't make anything new that I like. I enjoy frame locks. And ZT doesn't make a frame lock that isn't designed by Hinderer, so they're all huge. No, I haven't tried anything from Hinderer. I haven't been able to afford them until now. I mean, you can reach out to them and find out, I suppose. Are they titanium from factory or are they steel? because they look the exact same. Of course. There's a lot of knives that I would like to try. Okay, so that one's just an aftermarket one in titanium then. This dude, the dude that owned this one, lost it to TSA, and it's blatantly obvious that he didn't know what he had. Got a killer deal on this one, by the way. S90V and carbon fiber for $100. Ooh. Gonna be hard to beat that. That first dot always has too much oil. I don't carry utility knives. I enjoy knowing. No, but I have a live stream where I put one together. I've put one together twice, and I've taken one apart once. Now, the fun little thing that I did with this one is I put a screw hole in the washer. I drilled a hole into that washer, and that took forever, by the way. My dumbass just wiped all the oil that I put on there. Yeah, I don't carry a utility knife ever because I have issues sharpening them. Oh, but you're not supposed to sharpen them, I know. But I enjoy having a knife as sharp as I can get it, and I sharpen, or a knife that's sharpened by me is sharper than a knife from factory, almost guaranteed. That's what I carry a pry bar for. Funny enough, a toothpick will do the getting a coin out of a coin slot thing. You're gonna need like 2 or 3 of them, but it'll do it. And the pry bar will definitely do the other thing. Yeah, I just use a knife for that. I can clean the blade off later. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fine. Put this one back together and then I'll take the other one apart again. Because of course, you know, how could I forget that I wanted to check if the other one was titanium as well. I just don't think people have tried hard enough to have a quick change system that isn't sloppy. You need tight tolerances, which isn't usually available when you're making something so cheap. I'm almost willing to bet money that I could redesign the quick change system in a way that would not be sloppy. I need money, time, and motivation to do it because money doesn't motivate me. Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it. Son of a bitch. Dude, I've been wanting one of those for a while. I hope you enjoy it. The Skea is one of the Skea 2 is one of the ones that I've been wanting for a while. Made in Canada, MagnaCut. Did you get a G10 or carbon fiber? Black fat carbon, nice. Is it called like Dunes or something? That thing's going to be an amazing knife. Black Dunes, yeah. I'm hoping one of these days it's high enough on my list that I'll buy one. But with my current wants, it's maybe in my top 10. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, I always recommend knowing how to, at least. That doesn't mean that you need to do maintenance on them as often as I do. I do it because I have nothing better to do. It's about fucking time I got that thing in there. To anybody who's curious, this is not a family-friendly channel. Yep, just right back to being a piece of shit. This damn knife. What was it that Rick said? Every breath that I take without your permission raises my self-esteem. Or something like that. That is probably the funniest shit that I've heard on a cartoon. Alright. I doubt this one's titanium, but... Oh, I definitely prefer full liners. I really don't like the bug out. It's, they're usually really squishy. It feels like I'm going to break it. And I don't enjoy something that I feel like I'm going to break, which is why I'll never end up with a VC interface. I was talking to somebody on Facebook about that earlier today, that it was on my list until they ended up being like $2,000, along with the fact that the blade is mostly carbon fiber with just the edge being M390 or something like that, and it's just not worth it. I know for a fact they use more handle material on the Skeha than they do on these. These are thin. They're meant to be thin. It's meant to be an ultralight backpacking knife, which is why it blows my mind that people carry these things on a regular basis. It's not meant for this, for EDC. What are you looking at getting? They've got a shit ton of Hawk Talons right now. If you've been wanting a Talon right now, they've got a ton of them. Another thing that I've noticed with things like that is the thicker the handle, the more comfortable it is to a degree. I know people are probably making fun of me for pronouncing it that way. Yeah, this one's magnetic. You can just tell it sticks to it. Sheldon, what's up? Welcome back. No, it was designed for lightweight or ultralight hiking. So the plan was, I believe, to be less than 2 ounces. Because what ended up, when they came out with it, the scandal for helping destroy firearms for the police department had just happened, and for all the people that bought them thinking that they supported 2A and stuff, they dropped them basically. Gamma Ray, what's up? I looked up how to pronounce it. I might have gotten it wrong, but I did look it up. God damn it. Can't say I've ever done that one before. Maybe. Not right now. I'm putting this thing together. Oh yeah, I'm not from Canada. I'm sure you probably figured that out already, but there we go. Coolest knife I've ever owned. It kind of depends on what you consider cool. I would probably put my so I don't like ultralight knives because I might forget to take it out of my pants at night. And I would hate to have an ultralight knife go through the washing machine. I've thought about it, and it was just recently that I figured out that they had the Bel Air in G10, so don't talk too much shit. There's no way he's gonna. You're not far off. I'm pretty close to Canada, though. Relatively speaking. God damn it, I knew I should have left that thing loose. Yeah, I don't like micarta. It's one of those materials where I'm scared if I get it wet, I'll ruin it. It's the same thing with wood. I'm in Idaho. I'm not, like, really close to the border. It'd be about 15, 16-hour drive to the border, maybe. I hate Oldham. I've never owned it, but I've seen it crack so many times, I'm not willing to risk it. Yeah. With Canada? Yeah. They're not a 51st state yet. It's probably not a concern. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. It's likely not a concern. However, I'm scared of it happening and being a concern. That's why I like titanium. It doesn't really care what you do to it. It'll just keep on chugging along. I like G10 too because I know it's relatively chemical resistant. And with micarta being made out of like linen and fibrous materials like that, actually aluminum sucks for winter carry. I've never had an issue with titanium. I do like how Canadians don't like us talking like that. It wouldn't be that bad. You guys would have gun rights again. Oh, aluminum's a freaking nightmare in the winter, though. It's bad. I've never tried copper, though. I'm sure that's not great either. Oh, I know it's heavy. Zirconium's heavy too. Dude, gas is more expensive in Canada than it is here. Richlight's pretty cool. Really lightweight. I don't know how housing is in Canada, though. The Richlite I have, I've only got one piece in Richlite, and it's pretty smooth. I never carry it, though. Not for any particular reason other than I have... I just have things that I like more. Well, see, that's the thing. You can break your leg, and you'll have to wait 3 weeks for an appointment. An interesting thing that I've seen comments on is I've held one at a Barrage and Richlite. It's pretty light. It's not as light as the other one, but it's light. Where was I going with this? Oh, I've heard some people that I know from Canada. That's not as common as you'd think. Where is I going with this? Canada, healthcare. Oh, trying to push you to health professionals trying to push you to off yourself instead of getting help. I don't think that I've ever heard of that being as much of an issue in America as it is in Canada. It kind of depends on where you visit, though. Where are you visiting? Yeah, my only knife in Richlite is a Kaiser Original. Santoprene? No, it sounds familiar, kinda. I know preen sounds familiar as the ending of a word. Yeah, that's disappointing. Having to wait a year between MRIs. I've heard of people needing cancer treatments and they need to come to the United States to have it done because Canada won't get it done soon enough. And sure, it's expensive, but you get it done in weeks instead of months to years. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we have like the best system because we definitely don't, but it's better than a lot of systems out there. Yeah, I don't like wood. I own one knife with wood covers, not scales. Oh, and I own a Buck 112 and a Buck 110. Okay, so I own a few knives in wood. I don't think about them very often because I don't carry them. This one takes a little bit of getting used to the action on. I'm a liar. You're right. I did, although I'm not overly impressed with his job in this current term. I've been quite disappointed lately. A lot of lying. Gonzo, what's up? Ooh, you won a knife, huh? Hell yeah. I've never won a giveaway. I think I've entered 100 and never won. I just don't join them anymore because the things that are usually being given away are something that I just end up throwing, or not throwing away. I just end up selling it. So I'd rather somebody else that actually wants it get it. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. The pivot was too tight. Duh. Oh. How Scottish am I? Probably not very much, although my ancestry goes back to England, and England isn't very far, I don't believe. The furthest back that I know of was a Duke of what was the place called? Like Richland or something. None of the wealth passed down, I'll give you that. Related to one of the presidents way back in the day. How many nickels do I have? At least 40. No, you cannot. Not gonna lie, I'm 100% sure that a skirt would be very comfortable in the summer. The downside is when I walk around with something that short, it looks like I was dipped in mayonnaise. Because I wear clothing with long legs. Oh, can you just pop? Oh, there we go. Oh, that was so much better. It's not perfect, but... Oh, I know who he is. Okay. Well, welcome in. I don't get the reference. Refrain from trying to get medical service from U.S. Oh, from us? Or from U.S.? What? Okay. Yeah, you can disagree with my vote. I don't mind that. I wasn't impressed with either of the options, by the way. If I wore skirts, I'd have more hair to shave. Fair enough. You got a point there. But you guys don't get to see my legs for free. Come on now. I'm not some cheap whore on the internet. I'm classy and expensive. You've seen my taste in knives. Oh, come on. Oh, my back. Yeah, it's a titanium frame lock. I'd be happy to have that conversation with you, but I would need you to. It's a long conversation. It's not something that can be happening in like 5 minutes. It's going to take like 45 to explain things. And it's kind of hard to explain things because It's 2:15 in the morning and I haven't slept since 7 yesterday. 7 in the morning yesterday. It is not going to be a fun conversation for me. Hey, let's not talk shit about him or her, whoever. People can disagree with me and I'm perfectly fine with that. I actually love maple syrup. That shit's fire. I hate time zones so much. Okay, I mean, I'm not one of those, so we're all good, but oh, you can say what you want to a degree. There are points when it goes too far, and I'll jump in when it gets to that point, but you can say what you feel like saying. Can I just There's a spot in the upper right side of my back, and I just can't get it to pop, and it's fucking killing me right now. Oh, that didn't do it. Damn it. That's a very, like I said, that's a very long conversation. It's not a I like Russian Badger. He's funny. I know exactly what video you're referencing to. That one's hilarious. When the Fonk edits started coming out, that shit was funny. No, it's a long conversation. I'm not what I would consider a bigot, I guess. I'm not a very hateful person when it comes to people that disagree with me. Was it 2023? I don't know. However, I do remember watching him a lot. Yeah, I didn't realize that he was in a lot of the videos that he was doing, he was apparently causing himself quite a bit of pain doing stuff like that. It might have been 24. It might have been earlier, to be honest. But yeah, one of my moderators has a he's not completely on the opposite side of the aisle, but he is further to the left than I am. We disagree on stuff. And one thing that I would like you to think about is how do I word that? I don't like wording things this. Yeah, it's way too early or way too late for me. But where was I going with this? Disagreement. Oh, you can disagree with somebody's beliefs without having to attack the person. Right? So, Gonzo, what's your favorite handle material? I'm just going to give a quick example. No, I'm not a teacher. I hate children so much. They're way too problematic for me. Yeah, exactly. Criticizing bad ideas instead of the people. That's a great way of putting it. Thank you. I'm sitting here trying to think on 30 minutes of sleep for the last day, and it's just not coming to me. Freaking brain's empty right now. I don't. I'm not against flippers. It kind of depends. I don't like button locks, and I own one. A lot of the button locks that I've owned ended up with a lock stick, so I tend to stay away from them. Let's give an example here. I don't think that wood is a good handle material because in high temperature fluctuation or fluctuating environments and wet environments, it tends to crack and expand. And with that being the case, I don't like it. And then with me saying that, it's like somebody saying that I'm a piece of shit because I don't like wood as a handle material, right? I know it's like not the same, but it's a similar enough comparison, I guess. Wood can be stabilized a lot, although I've had it, or I've heard people who have owned their Chris Reeve knives with their stabilized wood, and it still cracks. It still expands, it still shrinks. Shrinking is apparently a big deal. I didn't know that that happened a lot. It's just something that I don't want to deal with. And I didn't read your joke yet. Yeah, don't hurt your finger, man. Highly recommend not getting cut. It tends to hurt. For some reason, the bad ones you don't like when your crack expands. Your girlfriend texted you. Wouldn't know what that's like. Wood or Ultem? Probably Ultem. Because at least it's more chemical resistant than wood. Not that I'm dealing with chemicals all the time. I wouldn't say so. I know you want to check for me. Oh, lucky you. A morning text. Ooh, no thanks. Wonder if Ford's still in here. Yeah, but 4 is really fucking early in the morning, if you ask me. Let's touch up my This thing. Griptilian. I don't know. Last relationship I was in, we didn't talk for like 4 months, and I decided now's about as good a time as any to end it. So I ended it, and not saying I'm happier, but I'm not saying I'm any worse off than I was. Well, it looks like Ford left. Yeah, I don't mind disagreeing with people. Seeing other people's viewpoints helps with understanding people that disagree with you. It's not very often that I personally get attacked like that, though. I did find that interesting. Usually it is my ideas, actually, like I was talking about. Yeah, I don't really like it, but apparently they're like kind of hard to get a hold of, so yeah, I like healthy relationships. I think I'll just stay away from relationships. Definitely never getting married. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, that was entertaining. The dude subscribed and then unsubscribed. Oh, he was, but I don't mind that. Yeah, you can be whatever you want to be. I don't care. See, having disagreements is a natural thing. Can I sharpen in my sleep? Probably not. I don't think I'm that good. No, I have not. I have, that's the first time that I've been called that, which is interesting. I thought it would piss me off more than it did. Wasn't even like mildly concerned. Be kind of entertaining if I could sharpen in my sleep. Could you imagine? Yeah, live streaming while you're sleeping and sharpening knives at the same time. That would be some content right there. You guys wouldn't hear me saying any intelligible words, though. I do talk in my sleep, and nothing intelligent comes out. The sleep sharpener. God, I really do need some aftermarket scales for this thing. These scales are garbage, and I know that the RGT scales are way better. They're just $80, and that's what I spent on this knife, and I really don't want to drop that on just a set of scales. When you compare these to the RGT scales are shaped better. They're shaped more like a normal knife. I'm pulling up pictures. Give me a sec. They're $85 now. Damn. It's a lot of money. These. They're less round, more squared off. They fit the pocket better. They fit the hand better. Overall, it's just a better handle design. Are you telling me that you don't like algebra? You don't like how God said, let there be light or whatever, and then the devil said, let there be letters in math or some shit. I don't remember where I heard about that. Well, that's for the mini grip, and they're $85? Man, you shitting me? $85 and not even wood. Brands. Benchmade. Wait, Chris Reeve. Skins? What are those? Oh. That's a waste of money. No, they don't make Griptilian scales anymore. Damn it. And you wonder why people buy counterfeit pieces. You discontinue one of the best things that you make, and then you wonder why people go and buy counterfeits. Ridiculous. This is a Griptilian, Grip, and we're talking about just the scales. But let's be real here. When a company discontinues a model that everybody likes, would you be surprised when a company comes up and makes another one of them? Yeah, but they won't. It's like Benchmade in the Anthem, right? You make one of the only, um, if not the only, crossbar lock integral knife ever, and then you discontinue it. Don't get me wrong, I completely understand that this knife is expensive, but now they're selling for like $1,000, if not more. What a shame. No, they're titanium. They just look copper in the lighting. It's bead blasted titanium. Copper is just too heavy for me. How did we get 21 likes? Where did all those likes come from? Don't get me wrong, I'm not mad about it, but I am curious. I'm not going to argue with that. They do kind of look like titanium. It's a lot heavier than titanium would be, though. No, I'm just more curious. Because the last time I remember checking, it was at like 2. And then it hit 21 somehow. And I don't know how that happened. I don't know if a bunch of people like agreed with what I was saying. Or if I said something funny. Or I just don't know where they all showed up from. I'm probably going to sell my Pilar. That flipper tab gets in the way of closing it. And it's not as bad left-handed, but with the right hand. Nah. I don't want it. What I didn't know is that these are on bearings. See, you look at it from the side and you're like, no, it's on Teflon washers. But it's not. Those washers cover the bearings, and this knife is on bearings. But yeah, if I were to get one of these to customize it, then I would be buying one of the Pilar 3s or the 4s, whichever one came in D2. Because you can get titanium parts for those. It's a CRKT Pilar in 8CR. It's a stainless frame lock. This one I already modified. The lock bar tension on this thing was absolutely insane, so I had to fix that. And sometimes the lock doesn't close, so it just fails. Yeah. And Voxnez does design some sick shit, though. I think the design from him that I want the most is the Fox Chillin' F8. I don't, but I bought this thing like 2 years ago. Back when I thought they made good shit. Bingo. Exactly. You got to keep in mind, I haven't always been collecting Chris Reeve knives. Oh yeah, but it's still overpriced at $50. It should be like 35. But all of the knives that they make are overpriced. Oh, definitely. This thing's thick as hell. I mean, I think it's thicker. It's thicker than the Griptilian. And the Griptilian's pretty thick. Hey, is it thicker than this? Damn. It's like double the thickness of that prototype. That's insane. Well, I got called a Nazi earlier, and that was kind of entertaining. But other than that, we're doing great. Don't have a whole lot going on. Just sitting here looking at all our shit. Okay, so here's the thing about Benchmade. They make good knives. However, they are overpriced. Their knives are good. It is a Kershaw dividend, and it is for sale. Although it needs a new spring. Have you seen the new CRKT models? You're going to hate this. Well, it's not expensive. I think I was asking like 60 for it. Let's see. CRKT new knives. They just came out with some new ones, and these things are fugly. So I just want you guys to see this, right? This is kind of billboardy. It's not terrible, but it's pretty big. Okay. Check this out. Covers the whole blade. The new Drifter. I don't think I've ever seen more billboarding than I have on this knife. The blade is just completely covered. Now the Walker blade locks okay, but these are their newest knives, and these things are just covered in billboarding. And they thought this was a great idea. It's very interesting. I would like to talk to the marketing guy. Maybe I'll reach out and ask what the hell they were thinking. That's ridiculous. Ooh, whoop-de-doo, it's in D2. No, the whole thing just says CRKT all over it. It still says it too much, though. $90 for 14C? Yeah, right. They made a titanium version? $160? Yeah, like Gucci or whatever, where the whole thing is covered in their logo. That's ridiculous. I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. If your brand is good enough, nobody needs your to see what brand it is. They'll just know. This thing, everybody knows what it is. They don't billboard. They have one logo here and one thing that says where it's made, and that's it. They don't even tell you what steel it is unless you take it apart. Yeah, it's a Reef. It's Nkosi. Benchmade, not terrible. They tell you what steel it is, they tell you who the designer is, and they tell you who makes it. That is fine. Spyderco, they tell you the steel, and they tell you where it's made, and the designers. Perfectly fine with that. I like how Grimsmo does it, how they put it on there, and they put it on the pocket clip. Everything else is on the inside. Like this one, it has the quarter of the year and what year the parts were made. So this is a 24 model, but it's third quarter of 2023. This scale was made, and the other scale was made third quarter of 2023 as well. Now, the blade was made in 2024, and the only reason I know that is because it was finished in 2024. They tell you who designed it right there. Or no, that's who designed it right there. They tell you the steel, the companies that it's involved in, where it's made, and the model. Made in the USA. They're pretty proud about that. Well, it's not like he's part of the company anymore anyway. His wife got it in the divorce. The downside of that being the case, he had a stroke and then they had a divorce or something like that. The downside of that is, both sides have stuff going on. I don't think they've dropped a new model in like 8 years. I think the link is in MagnaCut now. If you send it in and pay them $25 plus shipping back, you'll get a new blade in MagnaCut. 20 CV is better for edge retention, but toughness, MagnaCut's better. I'd recommend waiting. It's gonna be fine. The knife is just fine. I haven't heard the whole story. I know he had a stroke. I know he doesn't make knives anymore. But they haven't. Yeah, I don't like it. That CRKT, all three of them look like shit to me. The most recent Chris Reeve model. Oh. The new fighter. When was the last folding knife released? 2018. So it has been 8 years. I'm kind of disappointed I haven't sold that one yet. Anyway, guys, I gave them ideas for the 2029 model year of the Sebenza. We'll see if they decide it's a good idea or not. They still have 2.5 years to come up with something. Yeah, I have 2 of them. They're definitely expensive, but I promise you they're not as good as you think they are. Breaking them in takes weeks, and your thumb will be hating you the entire time. So when you hear people talking about a break-in period on these things, it's true, there is a break-in period, and it's true that it literally takes 2 or 3 weeks to break in. Yeah, it's N690 and CPM D2. I still need to order a replacement spring for that thing. I mean, when they're made here and you don't have to charge for tariffs, it's going to be better pricing. There probably is sugar in a McChicken. But yeah, instead of buying a Sebenza, I recommend going after an Nkosi instead. You don't have the break-in period on an Nkosi the way that you do on a Sebenza. This thing has terrible action without the spring. But yeah, out of these two, I'm going with the Nkosi. This one's a lot better for kitchen stuff, though. If you cook a lot, this one will be your best friend. You know, I haven't had the factory backspacer on my Sebenza in forever. Wonder what it feels like with the factory backspacer. Do I still have the factory backspacer? I do. Where's the box? Let me see if I can find the box for my Sebenza. Ah, the sticker Benza. I have pictures of that on Instagram. Wonder what it feels like with without the backspacer on. It's been forever since I've had a Sebenza without a backspacer. That is insane. You're just wrong about that. First of all, my Sebenza always looks amazing. Second of all, that Pilar stands no chance. especially with its 8 CR disappointment of a blade steel. I've never seen a giant mouse version of it. I do know that this thing is a lot louder without the aftermarket backspacer, which is a weird thing to pay attention to, but it is really loud. I just use my Nkosi for outdoor stuff. I beat the shit out of my Nkosi. Well, sorry, but I'm a bit of a picky person when it comes to what blade steel I carry. Feels weird. I don't like it. Yeah, I missed the backspacer. This feels wrong. Yeah, I don't like that. I am never putting the factory backspacer back on this thing at all. Never again. I'd rather have 14C than OS 8. And I don't like 14C very much. 3T or 3CR is shit. I've carried it before. It doesn't hold an edge worth a damn. No, but 14C at least has toughness. It's not great with edge retention, but it does have toughness. Yeah, that factory backspacer is fucking terrible. Well, this stream was definitely an interesting experience. Frank, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, the Sebenza is 3mm thick too. Indeed it is. And I love me a good hollow grind, especially on this knife. Very, very slicey knife. We're going to give the Sebenza a touch up real quick. What's a misconception? It takes a very nice edge and it cuts or it slices through things very easily with very little resistance. And I would believe that scoring sliciness would be based on resistance when cutting things, would it not? I've actually had worse with a. It depends on what you're slicing, but significantly more resistance on a flat grind than I have on a hollow grind. But we're talking about, or I'm talking about specifically when slicing cheese. I don't particularly enjoy sharpening, but I am definitely good at it. I put a micro bevel on my Sebenza when I first sharpened it, and now we're just making that micro bevel significantly more obvious. The angle they put this thing at was like 17 or 18 degrees, and I prefer 20, so am I trying to put you all to sleep? No, but I'm probably doing a pretty good job. I've only ever had 3 Scandi knives, and I don't like them very much because it takes forever to sharpen them while keeping it as a Scandi grind. It is 314 here, or around there. 312. It's MagnaCut. Don't get me wrong, Scandi grinds have a purpose. It's just they don't have a purpose in my life. No, it's water, isopropyl alcohol, Dawn dish soap, and mineral oil. I freehand everything. I don't have the that's actually a pretty funny pun, by the way. But I freehand everything. So making things rounded just doesn't work. Ooh, damn. That'll do it. I forgot why I don't use those things. They work great. No, that's fair. I live in the middle of the city, so it's diamond emulsion. That is diamond spray. The blue stuff. And this stuff is stainless polish. Probably almost a year. Yeah, that's why I don't like these high grit finishes. Like, they're sharp as shit, but they don't have the tooth. They're not toothy. So they don't bite shit very well. It cuts through paper just fine, but because it has no teeth, it just stops in there. There you go. Yes, but this cuts paper very quietly. Oh, it caught. When you compare this to, like, this. Damn. You can do better than that. Ridiculous. One of them was 1500 grit and the other one was 3000. But I usually finish at around 600. But this one's going to be used in the kitchen. And with it being used in the kitchen, I don't need to have low grit. I can go with the high grit stuff. I have a knife finished at 60,000 grit. And I did that freehand. I don't know. I kept it pristine after I put it at 60,000 grit. Wipe that off real quick. Oh, there's a chip. Yeah, I'm not even remotely concerned. Couple more chips. Another one. These are up towards the tip. And that's where the paper caught, was on that first chip. Ooh, another chip. Yeah, I'm just not concerned. There's the tip. No, I prefer a toothy edge. Actually, I didn't dig with this one. I dig with my Nkosi. I don't dig with my Sebenza. The Sebenza is a little more it's not a hard use knife like the Nkosi is. I baby this thing. Specifically with this blade, I baby it. With the drop point, I'm a little harder on it. I don't carry it very often though. I carry the Nkosi way more. But yeah, I do dig with this one. Just shove it in the dirt. Kind of makes me wish I had one of those like Ray-Ban glasses with the camera in them and just record while I'm doing that and upload it. I'm sure people would love to see that. I just sharpened the Nkosi too, so, and I also brought that one up to 3K. But again, it's my beater knife, and I don't really care how the edge looks on this one. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to purposefully make it look like shit. No, I don't. I make no money from any of the things that I show you guys. I can tell you where to buy them. Or where you can buy them, not where to buy them. I'm gonna wipe that off real quick. Was just cutting paper with it. So those lapping films that I use, ooh, this one's a lot rougher than my Sebenza. Proves that I don't care very much now, doesn't it? The lapping films were bought, or they were sent to me by Sharpo. If you look up Sharpo on, yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'll just resharpen it again anyway. This set costs $80, I believe. You get a 320 grit, a 500 grit, a 1500 grit, and a 3000. But you have to sharpen them or sharpen with them in a certain way. you have to go away. Because if you come back, you'll cut them. But if you already know what you're doing, they are a killer price for what you're getting. I had people telling me that they'd only last like 5 or 6 knives. I had a 500 grit diamond lapping film that lasted 80 before I replaced it. $80 knives before I replaced it. That's insane for a piece of diamond impregnated plastic. We'll go ahead and resharpen the Inkosi real quick. But I'm not going to go up to 3,000. I'll finish at 500. Because 500 grit is my favorite grit. Yeah, that'd be fine for doing a touch-up, but I don't think I'd ever finish. No, I might finish on a rod now that I think about it. The sharpening rod. Yeah, the company's called Sharpo. Let me look them up real quick. So when you look up Sharpo, sharposharp.com, diamond lapping films. You're going to want knife sharpening, Sharpo Diamond. And, oh, it's $70. Yeah, they're pretty simple to use. It's a 3 by 90 or 3 by 9 inch plate of glass, and then you just stick these films on it. Damn, I thought they were like $80. To be fair, I don't know how much shipping is, but I doubt they'll ask. But if they do, tell them that I sent you over there. I don't get any money for it, but I want them to know that even though I haven't uploaded the video, I'm still talking about their stuff. I've wanted to get a Shapton. But I don't spend a whole lot of money on maintenance. I spend all my money on the knives themselves. just, it'd be really helpful if you told them, like, I was talking about it on my live stream or something. Because I'm sure that they're mad that I haven't uploaded the video that I was supposed to upload months ago. I have my reasons. They're not great reasons, but I do have my reasons. Yep, you have a good one. We'll see you later, KC3. So this one's a 500 grit. And this is my favorite lapping film that they make. You can finish on this, and it's just the nastiest 500 grit you'll ever get. Oh, this thing's gonna look beautiful. Yeah. Laugh all you want. I'll be honest, I don't remember the mixture very well. It's 70 drops of 70% isopropyl alcohol, 2 drops of Dawn dish soap, a few drops of mineral oil. I think it's like 8, and then the rest of a 2-ounce bottle of water. I don't remember very well because I filled up an entire 16-ounce water bottle full of that shit. And then I just haven't gone through the whole bottle yet. And just so you know, a 70 drops of isopropyl alcohol is you taking one of these, and then you just do that, and that's it. It's a splash, but it's 70. Okay, so I am going to strop this. I'm going to do like 4 passes, and then I'll be done. 330. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. The water didn't work well enough because it didn't evaporate fast enough. The water also caused PM or AM. The water also caused some corrosion on some knives, depending on what knife you're using or what steel. And the steel didn't like that very much. So I added the oil to counteract that, and it's overall it's a fairly decent lubricant for sharpening. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is a 600 grit edge. And it's been stropped. Wow, I really don't have much paper towel left on this one. Woohoo, free floating paper towel. And that's why I don't do the whole 3000 grit stuff, is because this just eats. Most of it's water, though. Most of the mixture's water. But yeah, the added other stuff definitely helps. Just for shits and giggles, I do want to compare the two on paper. Get it? On paper. Somebody's gonna find that hilarious. Yep, that was the sound. Toothy. Chippy, that's what it is. There's some chips going on up here. But yeah, for everyday stuff, this is the kind of edge that I prefer. Doesn't wear out as quickly. But that one, all the teeth are removed when you go to that high of a grit. Now let's see why it feels chippy. Give me just a sec, guys. Okay. Wipe it off real quick. You have a good one, Tundra. We'll see you later. See, it's not a bad looking edge. Until you get up towards where the chips are. Right there. Right there, right there. Damn. I really fucked up that edge. I didn't think it was that bad. I'm gonna fix that on that natural stone and then probably end the stream after that. I don't like micro bevels that big. Means I gotta sharpen more later. Appreciate it. Awesome. Oh, there's the stone. But yeah, like I said, I don't get paid for it. I just don't want them feeling like they wasted their money sending one out to me. Something's going on with that upper portion there. Ooh, a lot of tiny chips up there. Oh, those chips were caused by the 320 grit. God damn. Yeah, but this thing's having some issues. It's not doing what I want it to. Back to the 500 until it's done. $33 likes. Damn. Been a long time since I've gotten that much attention on this channel. Okay, straight off the stone. It's a lot better than it was. This is a pretty fresh film. I haven't sharpened very many knives on this one. When they break in, they're a little nicer. More gentle on the knife. I think like 98% of my the people that watch my content are guys. Those are some deep chips. I'm definitely not fixing those tonight. Just wasting material if I do. Yeah, so if you want to write this down, it is a splash of 70% isopropyl alcohol, which is 70 drops, 8 drops of mineral oil, 2 drops of Dawn dish soap, and the rest of a 2-ounce spray bottle of water. Just tap water. Speed stir. I prefer folding. I don't like fixed blades because I can't fidget with them. I'm not against carrying one. I'd be willing to try one if it was the right knife. But I haven't found the right knife yet. Listen to this. That's this thing. No, that folder bad. This folder, good. I bet you some of those chips were caused by me cutting a pizza yesterday. Nope. A lot of the channel is paid for by people buying knives from me. Wait until you buy a really nice expensive knife. For hunting. Or what do you do with yours? And what size knife do you like too? I have heard good things about the Boker Packlight. It is a very small knife. I think they're like 120. Or you could throw yourself off the deep end and buy a Chris Reeve from me. Woohoo. I love how Blade HQ charges more than Boker does for their own shit. Yeah. Yep, this one's a Benchmade bug out with issues. This is a Benchmade bug out without issues. No, I just buy and sell used knives. I try and beat I guess it tried to disconnect me. I try and beat eBay prices at all times. My bug out's a piece of shit, but turns out the owner before me put a titanium lock bar in there, which has caused all of the issues that this knife has. Pro tip, don't put a titanium lock bar in there. I'm going to go to my local Benchmade dealer and ask if they can order parts for me or not. If they can, I'm going to order a lock bar. If they can't, I'll just order it myself. and that will fix all the issues that this knife has. I don't like Demco. I don't like the Shark Lock. So there's nothing that they make that I like. Speaking of, I do have a knife that I've been trying to get rid of with the Super Lock. It's a Sandrin Torino in carbon fiber. The blade material is tungsten carbide. Haven't been able to sell that one. Yeah. That one. It is for sale for $250. Yeah, I don't like the Shark Lock. I'm okay with the Triad Lock though. One of my subscribers sent me a Carson Microbright. It takes a AA battery. I don't think it comes with a battery, but it takes a AA battery. And this little thing comes off so that you can look through it yourself. I just have it on there so I can show you guys. Yeah, I don't like their pricing either. They are very expensive. My only problem with the Triad Lock is the springs that they use are really hard. If they would use a more gentle spring, I would be perfectly fine carrying a knife with a Triad Lock. Like these. That's not hard to push on. But almost every Triad Lock knife that I've handled is a pain in the ass to close. Like, tell me why you can't just do this. Because pushing this is easy. That's why I don't go on Whatnot. People, the thing about Whatnot, right? A lot of people don't check pricing while they're buying shit. And I don't feel good scamming people like that. I don't feel good scamming people at all. But I feel like I'm scamming somebody when they pay over what they are new if they don't regularly sell for that much. Backlocks are practical. I think that we should go back to the gold standard. I'm not sure if that's a hot take or not. But when our economy was backed by something, shit didn't suck as much as it does now. Our current economy is backed by the assumption that people will continue working. That's not very smart. Just puts all the issues on people further down the line. We'll see you later, Frank. Appreciate you shouting me out in an email. I hope you brought up that it was in a live stream and not in a video, because I still haven't dropped the video on those things. That name sounds familiar, but I don't know what you're talking about. Is it like French knives or something? That one doesn't look bad. Italian. MagnaCut 62 HRC. I like what I'm hearing. And it's a lockback, and I'm not bothered by that. Oh, no, it's not. No. Damn. I was actually kind of interested in that. It's an Atlas lock style. No, I think I was thinking of another company. I haven't. I've messed with tungsten carbide, though. I've sharpened it, too. I'm sure he probably left right after I said no. Let's see what other knives they make. It's $165 though. That doesn't sound familiar, no. The Masserin Pulse. 3 1/8 inches, 61 to 62 HRC. Tip up carry. I don't dislike what I'm seeing. I'm sure that lock kind of sucks to work on though. Yeah, that doesn't sound familiar. But this is the one that I'm talking about. Yeah, EDC mech definitely left right after I said no. I might end up with one of these. God, y'all need to stop recommending knives to me. I have other shit that I want, you know. Oh, hey, check these guys out. Great, now I'm gonna be broke again. Because I'm not broke as it is, obviously. I might have some Spydercos up for sale here pretty soon. A Tenacious Lightweight, a Para 3, a Delica, and a Native 5. Maybe. Not 100% on that. I'm looking at an auction that has those knives plus a UK pen knife that I want. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream in 2 minutes, I guess. Then we'll be at 4 hours. And then I probably won't stream tomorrow because 4 hours is a long time and I need to sleep. And my back is still hurting. Upper back today, at least. Upper back is definitely better than lower back. Because at least it won't hurt a ton when I'm walking. Appreciate it. Maybe one of these days when I get my my next Grail knife, I'll start buying more auctions and selling stuff to you guys. Who wouldn't want some cheap Spydercos, you know? The thing about the Spydercos is some of them are going to have engraving on them. And that shouldn't really matter because they're going to be great user knives, and as long as you're going to use them, who cares what they look like? They'll be freshly sharpened. As you guys know, I have a great way of sharpening shit. Quite good at it. Yeah, the Native 5, I know for a fact that one has engraving on it, but it's a DLC coated S30V Native 5 lightweight. It's a great knife. $150 new, and I'm definitely not selling it for that much. Anyway, guys, hopefully you have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is, and we'll see you in the next one.